today? I hope y'all are doing well. We are going to be doing some space engineers today. So yeah, how y'all doing? I hope y'all are doing well. Yeah, we're doing some space engineers work today. Let me just get it. Uh, yeah, hopefully everything goes well. Good. Part of the plan for today's stream will be to try to. I was listening to a video about shipping earlier today. Uh, yeah, I watched a podcast called the History of Everything podcast, and in it they had a bit where they talked about shipping and how global shipping really works, and that made me kind of want to design universal cargo. So that's the intent. We're gonna try to make a version of universal cargo, which actually does mean that we'll probably want to load the. Oh, excuse me. Let me just bring it over. Yes. Hi. How y'all doing? Hi. So. Oh, I almost forgot something that would have been bad. Let me just quickly adjust. There we go. I almost forgot to have the thing set up. Okay, so we're going to use Stream Survival to test, load, and then yeah. The whole kind of goal will more or less be to use use this world to try to come up with a good way of doing a universal cargo system. So basically in the future, oh, that disappeared. I gotta re-add that. My bad. In the future of my survival world, I want to have things like cargo containers being picked up and moved to different locations. So let's say you've got a cargo container that is basically going to be a certain amount of resource. And this cargo container, maybe we build like 8 of them, would get picked up from one location, loaded onto a train, moved to a different stop, and then the train would then stop at that other stop. The other thing gets picked up, dropped off at the other location, and it continues. I just have to try to figure out how to do that. Because I want to have things like cargo ships that would be able to fly up, go into space, go to like a maybe at like in space area, drop off cargo containers, have those cargo containers unloaded, and then have everything moved. So, sort of like I have here, but not with the 4 cargo, which does mean I will need to quickly the wow. I did not expect this to actually get back onto the track. Now, we are missing a tire, and we do have some damage, but did better than I expected it to. Now, I do have to make a decision right now, which is scale and economies of scale kind of systems. Because right now, this is not very well scaled, right? So, oof. How do I want to do this? I feel like these, the two bogies should be a bit further apart. Maybe an extra, well, here, let me pull up one of the people that I'm taking inspiration from for this idea. Let me just pull up. We'll just use this. Because our all right. Which channel was it? Was it that guy? It was that guy. Okay. So how does he actually build everything?
To build the
So this is what I am using as kind of my my idea.
actual
So
train itself and attach the necessary
this
parts
is
in
the
order
guy
to make it
that
turn
I
these
saw
cars that you've built.
who made
Right
one of
here
these.
is an example of the Visma.
And so if we just kind of, does he go with a wider view of his train? I know he does like a view of how to set one up. I just don't know if he has a view a bit further away than just right next to it. Doesn't appear like it.
No limits on the degrees of movement, and that's it. And that should be you good to go, and it will slide and glide around the tracks. Now let's see.
I don't know, actually, I've watched the full one of these.
That's one done.
But like,
Stop.
I guess I could probably look here.
Please.
Okay, so he has about a little over a full one of the bogies in between for distance. And it looks like his, because I believe these are called train bogies. I believe it looks like these are, yeah, very long. And I feel like that looks about right for the length. So I think I'll try to go similar to that. So yeah, I definitely need to expand this. So I think I'm going to try to make a new train bogie, which will be fun. But yeah. How big of a wheel did that guy use? I think he says it.
I'm going to use my build vision, and I'm going to quickly show you the settings for each of the wheels.
Okay, 5x5.
Because these things are more vital, because the wheels do not move the locomotive themselves. The locomotive is powered by atmospheric thrusters under here.
Yeah. Okay, so it looks like they are 5x5. He uses 5x5 wheels. So I'll maybe try to use those to help make the train's scale look a bit better. The reason why I'm trying to do this with keeping in mind the train is that a lot of the idea that I have comes from basically trying to make this work correctly. So if I, for instance, just there we are. Let's just get rid of this. Okay. I really wish that it was day, so I'm just going to time of day, make it day. There we go. Okay. Yeah, I think I need to greatly upscale what I had been doing, which is good to know. So I need to upscale drastically my my work. And then I need to figure out a good way to have these things connect, but that'll be easier said than everything else. And the reason why I'm working on the train pieces itself is that if I can make most of this reasonably well situated, then I can easily get everything fully set up. And so if I can make it reasonably well figured out, I can make the train work well. So that'll be something I need to do. I think one of the things that I'm going to do is I think I'm going to make the platform and then build the bogies from beneath the platform, which will be quite fun because, again, I need to figure out length. So, I guess part of it is also figuring out what is a good size for this. How many small blocks is a large grid? That we'll just build that there. Okay. That's 1, 2, 3. That's annoying. Fine, we'll go up one more. That's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Where's a battery? Small battery. Good. That'll be enough. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. About 15 blocks wide, roughly speaking. Okay, so yeah, it's about 1 to 5 large block to small block. Okay. So at a 15 width, I'm just trying to think, because the smallest regular sized cargo container, just kind of thinking in real life, is 20 feet. So if we were to say around 20 feet divided by that, close would be 21, which would be about 7. So if we were to say 1 to 5, 5 times 7, 35. So roughly 35 small blocks in a direction would be the smallest. The regular sized cargo would probably be about double that if I was to go with the real life scaling of everything. So how would that look? So I'll just go 35 in each direction. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. Oh, great. Now it's longer. Fuck. Okay, time to go divvy this up again. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, no, 17, 18. Okay. Well, we'll be able to count it in a second when I finish doing that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 8, 9, 30, 31. So it's currently 31, 31, 32, 3, 35. There we go. 35 in this direction. And then if we did 35 in the other, and then just square it. So 35 in the other, and square it. That would be roughly the size that I'd get if I used standard shipping scales. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35. Okay. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. I can't believe I've done that twice now. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 5, 6, 27, 8, 9, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35. Okay. So, if I've done the count right, this should be 35 on both angles. Let's just remove this top. And we'd want, let's see, if we were to have a 9 wide, what would be a 9 meter wide base, this would need to be 15, which would mean needing to go 7 on each side. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So all right, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It should make this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Perfect. So if we were to go with standard shipping containers, which would be about 40 by 8, I believe, by 8.5. So that's the standard shipping container size. That would be this, which honestly, let me look at it. That's pretty large. I think that might be a bit too big. Though I do like the idea. Ooh, I'm trying to decide on this. Let's get... What was the dimensions of my previous design? Previous design was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 13 by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 8, 9, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 7, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47. So about 47, which if these are about 35 aside is about 1/3, or no, it's about 2/3 this size. Do I want the smaller or the larger? That's going to be the question here. It does depend on just how much I can fit. If I want these to be like transportable cargo, and we say give 2 blocks leeway both directions, right? So that's 1, 2, 1, 2. We can fit 2 by how many? That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We'll say what? Okay, so and yeah, we'd probably not really care too much. That's what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 if I was to do it this way. 13 by 4, which is 12 by 4 would be 128. So that'd be what? No, that's not 128, 148. No, that'd be 48 G's. So 12 times 4 is 48. So we just add in the last 4, which would make that all the way up to 52. So we would have 52 of the small grade, large cargo containers at the size internally of 15,000. So let's do some quick math. Let me just grab a calculator real quick, because this is going to be more large math than I really want to try to do myself. So we have 52 times, that's 15,625, which would be 8,012. 812,000 liters, and the large block ones are 421. So if I do divide by 421, that's a little over. Let me just 875. So that's a little over 2 of. That's a little over 2 cargo containers worth of material. So at about 2 large cargo containers worth of material, and that would be being transported in any direction that it's going to, unless I decide to remove it, which I could do 11. Because this is about 1 large cargo container of material. Which, How many is one large cargo container worth of, like, steel plates, for instance? If we just do that and we find the, let's say, steel plates and do the largest amount that I can, 999999999, spawn object. Alright, 10, spawn object. Because I think it'll still be... Well, that's interesting. I think it blew up because it was right next to there. Let me... About, what is that? 140,000? 140,000 steel plates. 140,000 steel plates. Alright. So at 140,000 steel plates, I'm going to do a little bit more math. So we're going to do that. At about 140,000 divided by we'll just do that. Okay, so it's about 5,600 small, like, light armor blocks. Heavy armor blocks cost what? I do believe I have some, or even these, which is 130. 30, which is only about 1,000. So, actually, oh, dang it, I moved over to this tab. Back to my proper tab. Okay, so at about that, heavy is what? Heavy armor is 150, which is less than 100. Really? Is that right? 150 steel plates, and that's 140,000. Okay, I'm going to redo that test just to be safe, just so I get my numbers absolutely correct. So, yeah, that is the 4,000 liters. It is. It is 1,000. That's 1,000 or 140,000. Man, that's a lot of weight. Jeez. Let me just delete that. So, yeah. That is less than 100. Or maybe it's not as ridiculous. I mean, how much? How much stone would that be? Wrong button. So we did spawn object. And then we throw the stone in here. That is... Well, that's fine. So that would be 1,140. Wait, what? Oh, I've done some weird... Oh, that's because I'm still using steel plate math. Jeez. Okay. And then I think it's about 1.9, so we'd have... 1140000 times 1.9, which is about 2,166,000, which I'm just going to run a quick test. I just want to see how big of a hole gives me that amount. So I'm just going to, I guess, I need to end up filling up all of those cargo containers. So I just need to know how quickly do 2 large, because we'll just stick with 2 large cargos. So if we have 2 large cargos, we'll just do this. I want no other cargo inventories, or practically no other cargo inventories. I just want to see just how quickly do these things fill up. Exactly how much dirt is that, roughly speaking. So if we were to go with that, go with one of the advanced rotor parts in these simple lasers because they're the easiest to work with. And let's say do a 3 wide hole. All right. Simple laser. Oh, all the ones on the same grid. Put these on drill. Okay, save these as test. Save. Rotor. Great, this is also advanced rotor 2, so that one's moving, so I know it's not that one. Velocity of about a 1. Tests, activate, inventory. Okay. This is large cargo container 2. Because I want to see just how much, what removed actually fills this. So the main thing is just to see when this gets full and whether those 3 get removed by the time that this fills up. I want to get a good idea of just how much this is without anything being refined. If we're just transporting stone, just how much stone is this? Because it's a bit ridiculous. Okay. So just about how far down are we? Okay, we still have a decent ways left to go, but so roughly, possibly, maybe 3 or 4 of these. These do take a little bit, but not that long. So as these kind of pull the walls and do that. So we'll say, let's see. Okay, and how much has this one got so far in it? So it's starting to fill up. Okay. It's roughly full 3 times 300 meters, roughly speaking. So I could probably space these out by 1 to possibly speed this up, we'll say 3 drills at full power. The laser drills. Okay. Oof. Okay. The main reason why I'm testing this is because, right, I don't know. Do I have any, let me just quickly, I want to see, or, okay, okay, I didn't even realize, but I have a, okay, I don't know why I went to the pause screen. Sorry about that, guys. Okay, so we have a cargo hauler. How large? So this person's cargo hauler would be roughly half of one of my transports. Okay. Because I'm trying to think of, like, if I wanted to do, like, a universal cargo, and how I'd want to do that. I'm tempted. So let's see. If I have it's about 15,000. How many again? About 15,625 times. If we removed out of the 52. Yeah, that's right. Okay. So, if we had that, if we, let's say, went instead with, maybe groupings of, how many would I want? What looks reasonable? Maybe, because how many are in a length? It's 13 in a length, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If we got rid of the ones in between 6, so if we did 6 from either end with a 2-block gap. Oh, these were the ones that I wanted to move the 1 block. My bad. Okay. So if we were to, let's say, go with 2 of these in sort of a half size. How is that? That's 3. That's 5. And that would be about 6. And then if I did the bit, so we did these. And then just boom, boom, boom. Did these shift at all? These did shift. Okay, boom, boom. And then we just kind of... Good. These aren't probably going to end up connecting properly when I finish this, but that's fine. And then we'll say add in just a second one on top. I think I'll just add in like we'll just add in one block to each of these corners just to be adding in what would probably be connector pieces. So some pipe work to make this work better. Just so I can kind of get the idea of scale here. So we'd have probably this. I don't mind having two of these on a single pallet. What would essentially be of the cargo pallets. This might actually work really well if I can do this right. Yeah, I actually kind of like the look of this. So that would be on each of these halves at 2 tall, and I could technically, in theory, add even another layer taller, but I think the 2 tall makes the best design for this, so we'll just continue with that so far. All right. So this would be times 24. Times 24. So each of these would carry roughly half. So these would be a grand total of 48 per one of these, divided by... I'm just doing math at this point to get some good numbers. So by 4, 1, 4, 2, 1, 4, 2, 1, 8, 7, 5. So it's about 1.7, or yeah, about 1.7-ish. So, okay. So, in theory, I'd be able to do that, and I like the scale of these cargo pods a bit better. Maybe even doing them as these flatter pods. So if we do 4 flat pods at about 12, if we just do 15, these are what? 15, 625 times 12, about 187. So yeah, I like that idea maybe. So in that design, okay. So if we do these as grand boxes, these are not quite as off-center, so I'd have to add an extra block to the sides. So, or I'd have to do 2 connectors, which I don't really care to do. So I'd probably have a extra 1 block gap, so it'd be 6 gap 6. So in theory it'd be 1 block further out. So I'll just quickly emulate just how wide that would end up being, plus probably an extra block or 2 for possible decoratives and other pieces. So that'd be 3. So as things stand right now, these would actually connect in the center. So I would have to make this pallet a little bigger if I want them to have kind of 2 blocks of outer skin. Because that's about the thickness of the merge and the connectors. So I want to add at least 1 block to either end. This is going to be quite the situation, I'd say. All right. Okay. So, all in all, this wouldn't be horrible. Let me get rid of these, and then I can begin to work again on a better version of this cargo pod now that I have some of the scales for the cargo pods. So they are 6 long and a 4x4 grid with 1 block both on either end. So we'll just clear this. Okay. So, if I just kind of come over here now, we'll do 9. That one really did not go well. There we go. Much better. Okay. I know I marked this survival continues, but this is more cargo building, but the cargo building is kind of important because this really is going to be quite the fundamental situation when it comes to this whole cargo visage. So we'll just go up this high. I am going to add in 1 small we'll do 1 small conveyor, and then we'll just add in 1 connector on top, probably of the inset variety, because I like the idea of this being central. 1 central connector. I don't think we'll use collectors. Yeah, I don't think we'll use collectors at all because honestly collectors are it'd be a bit slow, so we'd probably use connectors. Okay. So, okay. So, I think what I'd want to do would be to take the small connectors and just from this point do that. I think from these ends go maybe 2 wide. And then what I'll do is maybe these need to be down out 1 more. So now I just need to how far from this is it? It is 3. So basically from the point that I've got now, go out until that. Until that. On all edges. And I think now if I put these with a small connector facing the top, okay, there we go. And then we just do that. 1, 2. Good. Placed that wrong. Okay, and now we just... Yeah, so now I would just simply add in one more small connector. Just kind of forming a neat little grid. So we'll do one more box of these connectors. So we'll just do that. One grid of these connectors. And then we just, again, do exactly what was being done. One of you. One of you. And then we place it on the other side and add in the rest of these. And then we get to do the fun part, which will be to actually give this a skin and make sure to add merge blocks and other such pieces to it. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. That went poorly. 1, 2. Those are both done very poorly. 1, 2. 1, 2. And of course, this last one was placed wrong again. There we go. All right, then we just do this. And then if we just add in you. There we go. So this would be about the scale of one of these cargo pods. Of course, probably adding a handful of batteries. So we'll just kind of add maybe 6 batteries at the bottom here at this level. I don't think it'll need much, so that should be plenty. Okay. I like the size of these. Because the overall size, then, if I add in the 2 blocks on either side and add in the kind of what would essentially be the connector on every side. So we'll say 2 up, 2 across. Do the same thing down here. Boom, 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 boom. And then we just do 1 across each. And repeat the corner on all sides. That is 1 further across than it needs to be. All right, and then I just add in the connector. Boom, and then we just do that to the other side. And the entire thing will basically be situated with a 2-block center. So what we'll probably have is most of it only have a 1-block covering, but then give it like an outer lining of ones and such to add blocks, like of course the connector, and maybe even do some just decorating to the sides of these containers to give it more depth. And then we'd have 2 of these per train car. So We could have 2 of these per train car, and then I just need to create some way of bulk storage of these. Because the idea would be that all cargo, when it gets transferred from one location to another, is stored on something like this. So if we were to, let's say, have a cargo storage silo, maybe there might be one on this end, one on this end, and there's just one connector on every side. They'd be layered just kind of in a bulk storage capacity. So maybe 3 stacked high, 2 stacked directly sideways, and like a bulk container ship would carry those like that, or maybe they are carried like the other cargo had them, where they might be dragged from the front or connected by the sides. But I like the idea that just cargo gets transported on these and they're dropped off at their location. They're not like they get transferred back and forth. So goods go, maybe it comes back empty, goods go, it comes back empty kind of thing. Let me add in the required pieces here. All right, required pieces. And then we'll just do similar on this end, where we just will go there and enter by 1 and out. So we just go here and out enough to stick out the end. Doing that on all of these edges. Boom, 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 boom. And boom. And so connectors would show up in the middle with merge blocks on the corners. So we'll do the small merge blocks sort of about where these would be. There, and over here, there. Although I could also make use of small connectors, but I feel like I want these to be able to transport anything, so we'll go with the large. Which does actually mean that I will have to do a little adjusting here just to go outward enough. And we'll just connect it there. And we'll just do this. Just boom, 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 boom. And da 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 da. Okay. So the way that this would, of course, go, inner block, that way, down. There's not really a connection any other design, so we'll just keep it with the simple 2. Please show up in the correct locations. There we go, boom, boom, and boom. All right. Voila. And then, of course, we just properly do this right back here again, where we just these are 10. Okay, all conveyors are 10 PCU. Okay. I just kind of had the thought of PCU as these would probably have like 40 to 50 of these things built at some point. So just how big it is would be rather quite important. Alright. I almost put you wrong. There we go. And now we just basically need to, alright, we just seal the edge. And then we come around this way to seal the edge. Because actually, how much is this going to weigh now that I think about it? Because I'm going to end up needing a weight on this thing in order to accurately determine whether or not this thing could even carry anything. So I'm gonna have to fill this thing with stone, which will be fun. Because yeah, this is not going to be the outer edge. This is just the minimum. So we would have, boom. We now have a big box, which is fun. And then I guess what I'd do is I'd add in a border. So we'll just, and then I'll come over here. So we'll go one further that way and the right downward. Surprisingly, this is a lot easier to add than I thought it would have been. Because then, of course, we add in this layer, which if we just kind of, I think needs to go that way. Though I did forget to add that one, so we'll need to break you. Oh wait, no. We just need to come across here. And then we take here and cross. And there we go. Now the entire box now has another box around it. And I could, in theory, start providing some cool detail to it. So details like maybe making weird little patterns or other designs on the big box. But before I do that, where the frick are my merge blocks? I want big merge plates. I think we'll go with the large, because wait, can small block large be used to connect where is it? I don't believe different sized merge blocks can merge together. Yeah, I don't believe small block merge can merge with large block. Small block can merge small block, large block can merge with small block. So, was there any need then to maybe add anything else? I guess the landing plates would work kind of as that. Maybe yeah, these magnetic plates, maybe adding one to the middle of every corner piece, so because these would just kind of help lock everything down very well. So yeah, we'll add in one magnetic plate per corner just to kind of act as what would essentially be locks. So basically mag plate to mag plate connections, or mag plate to standard location connections. So that'll be nice. And then I think we just need you. Boom, boom, boom. I don't think they'll ever have a reason for these to all be magnetic plates, but I like it. I think the other thing that'll do is maybe color these. So I have like the base color be something darker than it needs to be. And then color some of the outer components another color. So let's see. If I, what is it? Key menu. Oh, wow. It actually gives the decorative pack that these show up in. Now, they've not added any new somewhat recently. There is the retro future, but I don't really like that one. Maybe not sci-fi. Corrugated might work, though. I might try battered, and we will probably go into here. Battered armor, maybe make this, I don't know, like a deep blue color, so saturated, lower the value, so that the color's a little difficult to kind of see. And then what happens if I control, is it alt control? Is it shift alt P? Is it just alt? Is it caps lock P? No. Shift P? No. No. Alt? No. Is it tab P? No. Is it control shift? There it is. It's control shift. I actually kind of like that color, maybe a little darker, so we'll come over here, lower the value a tad bit more, and then control shift P. There we are. It's quite battered. Yeah, I like the idea that these are old crates. They're not exactly something that would look new. So I like the idea of using the battered for this. And then P, I think what we'll do is we'll come over to this. And I think what we can do maybe is, I don't know. Yeah, I think we'll stick with using the battered. And then I think we'll take, what is the hex? 150, 239. So we'll just hex, where is the principal? There it is. 150, 239. Exactly the same, but just kind of maybe go a tad brighter with a little lower on the saturation, maybe. I think that might actually do pretty well. We'll try it with, what are these? These are light armor slopes. We have an entire page for slopes, so. I feel like it needs to be even lighter than that. So we'll lighten the value a bit more, maybe all the way to here. Because it is still the battered armor texture. And then I think I will go and start from we'll recolor all of these. And I think we will, yeah, I think we'll recolor all of these, and then maybe... I think we'll just stick with the internals being the area that gets painted, so externals will not change color. And then, yeah, I think on the two ends, maybe going something along the lines of one there, one there, one there. And then maybe, what would we do? Kind of like maybe taking slopes and doing something, we'll just kind of go like this. That's not right. So maybe doing something like this. And then maybe doing a half. Most of this design would be just kind of pointless, but I like the idea of adding stuff that's supposed to look semi-structural. And adding weird sort of details where maybe we go to a... yeah, and then I think I'll go with one of these on the edge, so we do that. We will end up creating some interesting sort of just designs everywhere, which I think will look cool. And so I think we'll take that, and then I think maybe you. The idea mainly is just to add in just worn pieces of symbolism on the containers. Though these containers just are old. And it'll do good. Which one possesses what I'm looking for? It'll be this one that possesses the block I am looking for. I think this will be very nice to use these blocks. This will be very interesting to see how this turns out, because I don't know, but I am trying to design. And then maybe going with one of these. Yeah, and then I think if everything is going to work out how I think this will... This is all useless weight, but I like the look of it, and useless weight's good to carry around every once in a while. And then what I can do is I can add these... And then I can, once these are added like this, and then maybe adding, what would be a good way to handle this? What shape would be the best for this? maybe something like this, this. With a half block in the corner. So putting this in the corner. Again, none of this has any meaning. It all just looks... It looks cool to me, and so we're doing it. It has no use. All of this is entirely wasted weight, but I like it. So we're going to use the weight to be wasted. And then we need to go to the corner piece. And then where is the I-beams? Because I like the idea of going and using these to kind of... Ooh, if I did the 2x1 slope inward... That looks really cool as, like, crate. This is awesome looking. I really like that look, just as part of a crate. I like that very much. Good. We got one end. Now I just need to replicate that end, and given that this is a entirely symmetrical build, if I just go and give it all forms of symmetry and then replace the blocks on this side, I should be able to make it replicate on the other. So we'll just M, yes, yes, and then come through here as well to add in the final form of symmetry, which will be this blue line right in the middle here. And so now every corner now is going to end up symmetrical. So if I do a replacement of every block, so for instance, I need to... Good. If I, for instance, do something like... Oh, that's not what I wanted. Do I have Z? I do have that one. Good. Yeah, so if I take you, and then replace you with... And then, I just need to operate... See, the weird part of this... is that this all gets to be made, but I have to remember what I've done already as to hopefully not redo it several times. Okay. So you need to be replaced with you. That corner, I don't think I've yet replaced. And then we need to... Where is the correct block? Beam block, good. I don't know if I've replaced this one yet, so we're going to replace it, and then I'm going to go to the other side and hope that everything looks close. I don't think... Okay, so I need to, redo this, so points, redo them. Frick, I need to actually be able to see the angles on these. And then I need to go to the beam block. And then replace this corner just to be safe. Alright, so now I believe I should have the same on this side as I have on the other. None of them showed up. Absolutely none of that was worth what I was doing. Frick. That's upsetting. I entirely redid it, trying to put it on the other side, only for that not to be what happens. Okay. You. Then we'll get rid of all of the blocks that are that one in the corner, so then replace these. And I completely forgot about that one and that one, so we're going to replace them. We will replace you. I believe if I replace these... And then if I replace that corner one with this one... and then I just need to replace the stuff down this center line. And then replace you, and you. And then if I place the beam block, you, beam block, 2x1 base, 2x1 base. Okay. I do believe that should be all of it. So it should now be properly replicated on the other side. Perfect. Oh, we are missing 2 of these, which apparently I never got rid of. So we'll just add them because... There we go. And now we have everything in place on both sides. So now all we've got to do is this corner and the top corner. The top one's going to be interesting, but I should be able to make it work. And then here, I think I can sort of add just kind of a weird... I have no idea what I'm doing, so we'll just do what we can. The idea is add weird markings, and that's mostly all we're doing. We're throwing markings together to try to make something that resembles something. So we're going to kind of add that there with a half block here. And we'll do this. We'll do a different thing here. We'll do one of these here. So we'll actually provide a straight beam a bit wider than the other side. This one will do that. Then we'll do this. And we will do that with one of these. And then we'll just add a light armor block. This slope. That. A angle piece there with a... Okay, and then we'll just kind of... And what we could do is we could then make this go straight for one, and then maybe give it a... what would be an easy enough marker? Honestly, I think changing this up, then providing a thing here to that, and then going straight here. And then, yeah, we'll make this one. And then what I might do is I might then provide two different sort of branches. So maybe one branch comes up like this. Doing that, and then maybe a block. And then maybe I think maybe doing a piece like this. Well, this maybe does a curve using this. I'm so glad I don't need to replicate this, because, oh lord, I have no idea what I'm doing. As should be obvious by the weird block placement. And then we'll just end that with one of these there, one of these here. And like that, so that the corners kind of create this odd piece. I'm half tempted to throw like this there, but no, I don't think I will. I think I'll just leave that weird corner how I've done it. And then maybe these patterns look very unique. I like that pattern. That is a very cool little pattern. There's nothing on top, but that now is replicated on both sides. So now we just need to do the top and the bottom pattern. I feel like I need to add in something coming from here, splitting up, going all the way across. So I think what I'll do is I will grab this. And we'll take the beam block halves. No, we'll go to the beam block tall one, so we'll replicate that. And then I think we will grab the standard beam block. And we'll just kind of continue across this. And I think we'll add in a sort of weird thing here where we'll go one of these, one of these, yeah, I kind of like that. And then maybe adding in something sort of here. And then maybe a half shoot, Control Z. Okay, yeah, then we'll do this. Maybe just connecting. Yeah, then we'll leave it with that half, and then maybe adding in something to kind of fill in this space, which is sort of round, so I might actually do something kind of, maybe something there. Because, yeah, I'd have to do there. I got an idea. If I do one of these, maybe a half block here, and then like a full block here, and then maybe a hyper-angled slope, because then I can make a U. Because if I do then this, and then do one of these, and then I can maybe do something sort of coming to there with then a half. Nothing really fits very well there. That provides a very sharp corner. Which I don't particularly like. Let's see. You know what? I like the way that it looks now with just that curve without going anywhere else. Then we'll stick with it. I'll probably just add a quick beam block piece here where we do the beam block, the reduction of the beam block to the 2x1 base. 2x1 tip. Because I don't really know why, but I like the idea of that retreating inward. And there we go. A weird design for a cargo container. I can easily add some blocks to kind of round those corners a bit better. Maybe, I don't know, adding some sort of... Ooh, the trusses. I wonder if the trusses would look good sort of along here. Sort of like just along this distance. Maybe across like, I don't know, one... How many can I fit? Can I fit the... I could fit 3 like that. Ooh. I actually kind of like that look. It helps break up some of the more monotonous design of it. Might not be too bad. I may keep it, actually. Maybe just doing that on all edges, because on the verticals, we only have the one. Ooh. That actually looks really cool, adding in like this added edge, which really squares everything, but still looks really good. So I think we might do that. We'll just do that later. Now we really got to work on this top, which is going to be weird because I want to cover up all of these conveyors. So I'm going to somehow cover up a large grid of conveyors without ruining the kind of base aesthetic that I've gotten going on over here. So we'll add in our definite cores. What happens if I decide to maybe go I might be able to make this work. And then going... Yeah, and then what we could do is we could just give a sort of lock to it, creating sort of a rigid top. Yeah, I like that look. I feel like that rigid top and bottom doesn't look too bad. And then I could easily add in maybe a block and then go with a angular way of doing things. I don't feel like that's going to be the better option. I feel like this will be proper. I feel like maybe doing something... Maybe... Honestly, I think maybe starting off a bit like maybe... where is the one that I want? There it is. Yeah, I can kind of do that. Honestly, that looks really cool. Kind of having this really beefed up square to it. And then maybe going... And maybe doing something kind of like a, this, the light block corner, where we then kind of add in sort of a, what would be the easiest way to handle that? Would probably be doing something sort of like this. Like this. And then, of course, we can add in our rounded corner piece. And then if I add in the final corner and then maybe go forward, I can then add back in a reasonable layer of these. Where we then drag these, I think, maybe downward. Yeah, and then I can easily add in you. And then I can easily just do something sort of like this. And then we can just kind of add in our block sort of like this. With these sort of softer corners. Would this look better doing something more... I think maybe doing... Yeah, I feel like that's better. That feels much cleaner to look at. That kind of sharper angle there, I feel like looks a little bit cleaner. And then, yeah, when we add in the inner pieces, we can sort of add a... with a... Yeah, so we'll kind of add that to this, which is a... I don't like that as much. I feel like a... I feel like this would work better. Yeah, so we'll kind of just add that. So it kind of rounds and then sharpens across. I think in this section, what we can do is we can kind of add in a sort of... And then we can kind of add in a thing here, add in the corner where we can add in our, where is the piece? That's on a corner here with a follow to the spike. And then we just kind of round this. I feel like that looks pretty cool. Just kind of that almost jutted out spike actually going inwards where most of the others go out. Oh, really? That's annoying. Okay. I do need something to go here. And this feels like the best way to kind of do this might be to do something sort of a out. Maybe to do that and then run a... Just gonna fill into that and then... where is the other piece? It would be in 4. And then doing the proper spike. Ooh, I actually kind of like that kind of combined spike look. And then, of course, there's these corners, which will mostly likely possess a large armor block with spike, larger block, and we will position these beams as just beam block across there, and then the standard beam slope on these sides. And beam block, rotate. That looks really good. I actually really like the look of this container. The weird patterns on it are definitely an odd choice. But I feel like that's right. I don't know why, but I feel like these patterns on it are just right to do. So I'm just going to quickly add in a... Whoops. Add a block. Get rid of a block. Feels like a good time for the emulator. Yeah, it would have been a great time for me to do that. I really need to remember to buy that stupid SD card. I just remembered I need to do it. Every time I'm at the store, I keep forgetting about it. I'm really sorry for that, because I'm adding that to my thing for doing tomorrow. That way, on Tuesday's stream, I can at least give that a try. It'll probably be Tuesday night, so let me add in the reminder, because I feel really bad for continuously forgetting, because I'm bad at this. Write it down on a piece of paper, then paste it to the front of your screen. The problem is doing it when I'm actually at the location. Because I work at Walmart, so I can buy the SD card after work. I just need to remember I need to buy the SD card. So... there we go. I now have my alarm set up for the proper day. There we go. I now have everything set up for that. But, what do you think of my cargo box? Let me just quickly grab, actually, I think ooh. Yeah, I'll probably go with the other color as the outer, or maybe go with the third color. So that's 150, 239. So we'll just replace this green with 150, 239. Looks like it's about to be open and unleash horrors that even Pandora would find disturbing. Alright. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that, that view of it. I think I might make these a little bit more blue with a little bit less, kind of lighten the saturation, make it that kind of bluish tone. I think that'll do good. So we'll go with truss pillars going like this around the edges. And we'll just quickly add in the truss pillars here. And then there's no other nope, no other truss blocks that would really fit that. So I think what I'll do is I'll go back to the original dark color and throw in a block there. And throw a block here. Block there, and there we go. I have no idea. Oh, right. Those are no longer needed. There we go. Cargo box. Or a cargo container. With some pretty interesting patterns on it. Which I like the look of these patterns, and that gives me ideas for how to do some of my ships in the future. Although I may just make these lines instead, but I like these. I like providing this inset sort of outline to it. I think it looks cool. Now I just need to figure out two things, which mostly just rely on goody. It is perfectly balanced, which means that if I were to add in a seat, just add in one seat. How much does this weigh? About 100,000 kilograms. Okay. So that weighs about 100,000 kilograms and is roughly let me go back to the default color real quick. If I did that, there are 2 of these. Each of these are 6 of the large cargos. Are they still pulled up in my math? Yes. Wait, is this right? No, it's times 24. I did that wrong. Okay. So, that should be able to hold, without any issue, all of the stuff that's in this one cargo container. Despite its size. That can't be right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. It is 24, though. Yeah, I guess my calculations are correct. I just added so much extra size to it, which is kind of unnecessary, I guess. But, alright, let me quickly remove the chair. If I was to, let's say, throw... where do I have a... I do not have that just laying on the ground anywhere, do I? I do not. Oh, but I should have all the stone I would need in here. How well are you full? They are both full. So at some point this filled up. I need these, though. Okay, good. It did just give me all of it when I requested all of it. Good. So, if I was to just oh right, I want to remove the this is going to be an odd situation to do, but I am going to fill this entire area with a massive plane, which is going to be fun. Good. I now want to go all the way across, make this a full panel. Hopefully that should be the right sized panel. Good. That is now landing geared to this. So if I were to add in a chair, it should still only be roughly 100k, 250k. So it is in fact, unfortunately, connecting. So I will just have to it survived the fall. So now it should say about 116k. Good. And then if I were to just fill this, I guess. Actually, let me chuck out all this all the steel plate, which if I just we'll just drop the steel plate. That way I only try to chuck in the stone, which I want to chuck in here. If I alt middle mouse, what does it weigh? It weighs about 1 million kilograms. All right. This thing can carry roughly 1 million kilograms of stone, which will be roughly the standard weight that this thing would carry is about 1 million kilograms, I guess. Which is great, because that means that whatever carries this has to at least be able to fly with an extra 1 million kilograms of resource attached to it. Which is great. It's nice to know. So that means that each of these has to somehow manage to carry 2 million kilograms. That's nice. And this is going to be the plate that will carry 2 of those. So you'll have 2 of these on a train car, And the train car will be more or less everything that it's supposed to be, so it'll be fun. We have a train car that will basically give... It's a sizable amount of resource. Yeah. So now I get to, let me just remove the bottom here and remove auto lock from the landing gear. Mag plates. Mag. We'll just call it mag. Turn off caps lock. Mag. Save. Turn off auto lock. And then we're just going to completely remove this plate that I just built. Perfect. And then if I was to... I'm going to now have to add that to this. So... Let's see. Where would this end up? Come on, where are my connectors? 4, good. These would need to be the middle of this, which should correspond to that. Right, you. And this should, in theory, correspond to the middle here. So now, if I just... Good, and then we'll say buggered. So this is, we'll just do it on the edge. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So if we just do that from the center, ignoring the middle. 1, 2, 3, 4. Did that 5 times, right? Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, which leaves me with a 2-block center, which I don't like. So I am going to mark the center. So we want the thing to go right there. And then we are going to remove all of these. Let's just remove that. Good. This is going to be an interesting design. We're then just going to quietly add in a extra 2 blocks that direction, 1 block this direction. Grab this for right here. I don't mind that. And then we'll just join these up together. So we're going to go here all the way together. And then if I should have copied this from the bottom, but I guess I can flip it, and that shouldn't be a problem. Control C. Because these are entirely going to be hopefully copy and pastable. Good. You're locked into position. I really hope that I get this in position correctly. Is that roughly in position? It's a little far off to the side. That's roughly accurate. So now if I control V and try to roughly get that in position the other way. And we'll just come backward a little bit. Good. That one's just a little far off to the other direction, but we'd basically have 2 of these per one of these cars. And yeah, we'd have 2 of these containers per car with probably about 4 of these cars. So in all, if these carry roughly 2 of the large cargo containers, so that would mean that if I were to make so many of these panels, that would mean that the grand total would be, that is roughly equivalent to when this stops rocking back and forth. That is roughly equivalent to this. But I think it looks better, so we'll stick with that. Alright. Boy, okay. So, yeah, I think that looks pretty good. Especially on the container itself, just 2 of these. Okay, and so what I'll probably do is, I think I will just go on to the underside. Grab a truss pillar to kind of represent each end, and then we're just going to end Control C. So now if I decide to just I just need to make sure that this is, oh, right, I made a mistake. I need to add in a extra block on both of these areas. So, and just so I can find the center. And there we go. Now if we do that, and then we do Control C, there we go. I can now copy and paste this to the length I desire. Which, move N, add this back in, V, there we go. Why will you not connect? Oh, right, I forgot a very important part to this. In order for that to work, I would have to remove this piece. 'Cause, frick. Well, that sucks. I guess if I do Control V, spawn it in, that'll work. And then I do this for disconnect. It's relatively still in peace, so Control C. There we go. Now it can go in place. So I would have that one, and then Where is the piece? There it is. Shoot. That's unfortunate. Oh well. How do I want to handle that then? I guess I do still have the one that's on the ground, which I can copy. Perfect. So glad I noticed that. C. That way I can do this one more time to provide, or 2 more times actually, just to provide the right amount. Are you kidding me? Yes. Rick you. Where is the join piece? And there we go. Good. Then we add one more. I'm just using this as a rough example, but I want to see just how large the train would end up being. If we kind of add in the rough amount of carts that I'd want to add, which would probably be about 4 to 5. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. And then I just need to do the whole Control C piece. And then we'll just lock these in. All right. All right. So we're just going to fly up. And that is roughly in line with where that's supposed to be. Roughly 2 blocks out from the back. Perfect. This is a very, very tedious process, which would not be nearly so tedious if I was trying to do this in survival, oddly enough. Good. V. That kind of gets its rotation. That's quite awful. I don't like that. Can I control Z? Will that... For some reason, Control Z removed the pasted in blocks over there, but not that. Which I don't quite understand, but fine, I guess. Good. So now we'll just make sure to try to place you a bit more accurately. And there we go. So we'll just go with the 3, just because I really don't want to paste in the other blocks yet again. So the cargo container would carry basically things like this, and this amount of these. So that amount of those would be equivalent to a grand total of that, roughly speaking. So, hey, I actually don't find that too bad, because if I do one more of these, I actually like the look of it. I'm half tempted to try to make these a little bit more rounded, but I actually kind of like the way that these are boxy, because it does feel like this would be basically how these would end up in place. And then you'd probably give your thing. Because, yeah, each of these can carry roughly one of those. So, now I have to think, because how far down did this end up actually mining? Is this all three? Okay, so this is basically all three of these produce, we'll say, 2.5 to 3, or 2, we'll say 2.5 roughly. So about 5 of these for every one of those. Okay. This train's probably going to want to carry a lot more than these. Gotta be honest. But I think I should be able to get a cargo system that works with these cargo containers, being that they're fairly reasonable dimensions. The dimensions are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 2, 3, 4, 5, 26, 7, 8, 9, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35. So 35 by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Which means that these are entirely and exactly 3 blocks tall by 35 divided by 5, 6 blocks long. So these are 3 by 3 by 6 large blocks. So if I want to make a version of these, we'll just, let me break it off of there. So the scale of these, oh, of course you're going to be a pain in my rear end. Really? That's annoying. Fine. We'll make the base before we drop it on the ground. Okay, let's just add in the... Make it lean the other direction. There we go. And then that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this would be the amount of space necessary to keep in mind It's actually not bad, because with that always gives some edges to it, because there can't be a direct center, which means that I'd need to probably give it a minimum distance of 7, with this being the central beams. So, yeah, this would essentially be where the center of the cargo pod would work, which means that if I did, I could probably even do some of these for hydrogen and make a design for hydrogen storage, as well as the design for, of course, material storage. All right, I'm actually pretty happy with this. at least for design 1. For test 1 or design attempt 1, I feel like I'm pretty happy with this design for cargo containers. So, let's see. Now I want to try some other things, but I need to go grab something first, so I'll be right back, guys. Or anyone who's watching, really. Alright. Alright. So, now I want to try one more design. This design would be making use of a different type of cargo paneling, which would be doing, well, let's just get rid of the representative. I will move the box, so we'll just quickly control, we'll do control X, and then we'll just control V it over here. The box should be perfectly sufficiently fine. And now I want to try one more design. So we'll just come over here. So in this design, let's see here. So the space that we would have, right, is 35 by 15. So let's go 35 divided by 2. So then I can know how many to go on each direction. Would be 22. 1, 2. No, it'd be 17. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 17. And then, of course, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Good. So what we're going to do is we're now just going to fill out the box. So we are at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Perfect. Okay, so now I want to do another test. This test, of course, would be rather than these cargo containers, what if we did the modulars? Because what we could do is if we do modulars kind of assigned like this along the edges, maybe even sticking out slightly. So what happens if we do modulars rather than 2 high, we do 1 high, and we just stack these twice. So let's say we do modulars. Okay. To do modulars like this, the length of the container would have to be... oh wait, I can fix that because I did that wrong. This needs to sit at a minimum 2 blocks in. So 1 block out, 2 blocks... Well, we'll go 1 block in. And we'll go on both sides just to be safe. So 1 block in, 1 block out. Perfect. So how many does this allow for if I was to do it this way? That would then require this to be like that. Which wouldn't be horrible if I found a good way to connect it. Like, if I could connect that well, that's not horrible, because if I did that on the other side and stuck it out by one, and then just did the same things, just two of these. Just because I think this might look pretty cool. And then I guess we would add in probably the third layer. So, because we're not trying to pack these in the best, we're just trying to pack these in here. So what would be the easiest? How many is this? That would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12. It'd be 14 by 10,000, so 1,400. And I'd be able to fit 2 of these, so I think it's less than what would be able to fit on one of these. But if I stood these vertically, so then they were, let's say, looking more, let's just add in our top layer real quick. So if we just kind of did this, and then I am just going to yeah, these would probably end up being something like, I'd probably use the connectors like this that actually stick out further. And then I'll just grab a standard connector, and if I just Control C, please. Don't tip over, please. That's all I desire. So yeah, we'd probably have these situated more like that on the train. So we'd have 2 of these situated sideways like that, which these actually take up. How wide are these actually? These are 1 block wide. So in theory, if I did half blocked tops and bottoms, then I could in theory get these to be slid very thinly, and this is 3 blocks, so I could in theory fit 3. In theory, because this the bottom piece is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 17. So I would have 1 small block in between. So we'd be working with very minimal distance between these 2. But if we wanted, we could very easily set up 3 of these in a line and basically create flat storage if we wanted as well. So we could do box storage, or we could do more designed storage where we kind of have these tapered edges with ground ports front and back. honestly, these look a little cooler. They'd just be a bit more annoying to stack on here because the options would be either the vertical, which I guess, let me just add in a small block area for that to sit on. And we'll just kind of do this. Let's see. Okay. So we just do this, Control C, and then we connect you. Good, and then we'd probably want to do one in the center, one block, one, and we'll probably keep them in this relative center, which actually gives me 3 blocks to work with, so we'd actually probably do a 2-block gap, so 2 block, 4, inside connector. So how would this look if it was on the train itself? Because I don't know what this is going to end up looking like. Alright, we just do this. And then if I just come over, Control C. Verticalize. Get you to orient yourself in the correct orientation. Good. And then we are just going to snip the snip you. And then we do Control V. Control V. Oh, right. No, we're gonna do Control C, Control V. That way these can actually fit how they're wanted to be fit, not fat. Try to go up a little bit. Why are these... right, so this is going to end up sitting... Dang it, I was hoping to kind of glitch it into allowing me to place it where it didn't want me to place it originally. Okay, it kind of drifted a little bit, so maybe this final one will drift into place properly. That's not close enough, but we'll accept it. No, it won't. I'm too much of a perfectionist. We will not accept it. Yes. Ow. Why did that happen? It fucking shot me. I didn't even place it yet, and it shot me elsewhere. There we go. Now it placed it. So yeah, these would basically be sitting with a little less than 1 block in between them. So let me just stop these things from being on fire real quick. Ooh. This is interesting. These are a bit taller, but if I provide slats over the top of the these, so half blocks with a little bit in between, then I could, in theory, basically just 1 block sandwich these things and almost make it kind of like a server plugin for storage. So let's see here. Each of these is, I believe, 140. So 140,000. Right? Because each one is, yeah, each one of those is 140,000 because there's 10, or no, there's 14 times 1,000, so, or 10,000, so that's 140. So 140 times 3 is 420. So yeah, these are slightly more efficient than one of those with the slight extra height. And if we do it right, we might be able to make it look really good, just kind of providing these flat discs. Okay. So yeah, these would be just slightly less than 1 cargo container. There's 3 of these. It's not a horrible design either. It's just, I don't know. I'm still iffy about this design. Although the other option would be to be shorter or stouter. So doing something like, if we just grab this and build the top and do something more like this, then you'd be able to rotate it the other way around, which, if we just cut that off, you off, this is how many blocks? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Wait. Each of these are how wide? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and that's 14. So that's 28 plus 5, which is 28 plus 5 is 33-ish. So these are roughly, that's not right. That can't be right. That is about 35. That is nowhere near 35. That's because it's not twice the length it is. It's 14 plus 5, which is 19. So these would be slightly wider. But if I, in theory, made this a little wider, how many could I technically fit if I did it this way? Because doing it this way, in theory, doing it this way would create a flat plane, which these would be smaller, and I'd be able to line up about 1 every 5. So with the length being about 35, that'd be about 5, leaving about a gap between. Well, let's see. We'll just make use of this space. So We'll just do this. So we'll do 2, then remove 3. 1, 2 between, remove 3. Actually, we'll keep 3 between and remove 3. So it'll be 3, remove 3. 1, 2, 3, 1, 3. And then if we do that from the other side of wherever the middle of this stupid thing is, which I believe if I have N on, it does not count. So we'll have to just do the 1 block and do it from there. And then 1, 2, 3. And then remove it. Oh, wait. Yeah, and then 1, 2, 3. So we would be able to carry at a minimum 6. So 6 of these. And they carry just how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that'd be 6 times 8. So that would be 8 times 1,000. No, 10,000 times, I believe it's 6. 480. So doing it that way would actually give me even more. We would just have it'd be over 1 cargo container per chunk, but rather than being flat sides that way, flat sides would be for that way. And so we'd have to load even more. So these work easiest for being able to load them, because they only are 2 per, so we just need to be able to go up, across, down, forward, up, across, down, and then probably it's at least some form of manipulation of pulling and picking up stuff. But those work well for trains. These ones would work well for ships, because they'd be easy to kind of array like 3 of these in a row, have them kind of almost port in from the sides and load them that way. Ooh. Because, yeah, those horizontally, I think, would look really cool. Just a 3 stack. Ooh. If I just row. There was some of these. So there's module. This is cargo module standard. How big did they do their cargo module? So their cargo module is pretty small, although I like this look, because this would be fairly easy to put into place, stack up, you know. Ooh, I like that design much better than any of the designs I made. Dang it. And then if I just cargo. Does anyone else have a cargo? This is a cargo barge. Then there's fuel, cargo unit fuel. So this is, they've got 2 different ones for fuel. There's the oxygen tank one, a different unit standard. This is cargo unit standard, which is 3 of these. Okay, cargo. That's a medium cargo truck. That's a cargo hauler. How do their cargo hauler look? It is a flat Okay, it's not one of the ones that operates with their cargo pods. Cargo... Okay, and nobody else has that. There's just this right here, which is a really cool demonstration. And of course, there's this cargo hauler, which uses 2 on either side. Ooh, I don't know. What would I want to do better? Or what would be better or easier to work with? I don't know. I don't know. Because on one hand, I like the way that this looks. But on the other hand, I kind of like the idea of doing a dual verticals like this. Right? And maybe... yeah, having them basically stored like this. Maybe providing an extra connection point, like extending these by 1 block. Providing an extra connection point or something. That it can be used to grab it from the top and the bottom. Maybe leaving the sides open. So, having top, bottom, forward, and backward. And basically splitting these. So, a mix between this and the other one maybe going just slightly... I don't know. Because I like this cargo pod. I think that looks really good. And so... don't know. Because it looks good. It'd be so easy to work with. I could even do 2 of these stacked upright. Or 2 of those stacked upright over top of that. I just need to get rid of... alright, let's get rid of everything else we have so far. Let us re-add in the... I don't know what amount that I'm missing, and I don't really know... So what happens if I decide to do it, maybe... one of you... 1 large cargo container... then another modular. Because I could, in theory, do this. This would work. Oh, excuse me. Jeez. Because, yeah, then what I could do is using the connector here, right? So we'll just use oh, that one didn't look very good. I don't know. How would it look if I did if rather than the... well, the fun part would be that the other design is basically just this. 1, 2, 3, and then we do this. So 1/4 of what the other side currently looks like. So 1, 2, 3. This is the amount of cargo that carries. I'm going to just expand it forward a bit, just so I have space to work. What happens if I instead wanted to, let's say, do maybe a 1, 2, 3? What happens if we do 6 of these? I know it's a bit taller. It wouldn't work very easily to provide connection points. It's a little thinner, but I would then require the connection points to be like this, which I don't really like, or like this, doing one big here, one big there, which would be about 3 blocks apart, which wouldn't be horrible. But if I wanted to do that with these, I would have to separate them by 1 block. Ooh, modular cargo systems. This is really fun to try to work the decisions on, because on one hand, that is very cool looking as a modular cargo. On the other hand, both this flat vertical kind of slice version of modular cargo looks cool, and so does the massive box cargo look cool. And I can't really come up with a good way to integrate multiple of these if I want it to be a universal cargo system. I did a bunch of quotation marks there, but of course you guys can't see that, so how would I handle that? I don't know. Because, like, the thing is, right? The medium cargo containers, or the modular cargo containers, if I did it this manner, would look pretty iffy. Right? These just look iffy. They just don't look nearly as good. It'd look better if I was to, let's say, add on a bunch more pieces. But now we've got a 14 by 10 block for cargo carrying. Or no, 14 by 15 box. Which means that if I wanted more rectangular storage, I would have to do this. And, I mean, this doesn't look horrible. But it's not great either. I could, in theory, do the, like, the box cargo like that. But then, what's the difference? Oh, yeah. Hi, Alice. How you doing? Yeah, what I'm currently trying to do is I'm trying to come up with a connection to make standardized for all the ships I build in this world, or the survival version of this world. A lot of this is in survival, most of it at least. A lot of the kind of basis of this. But I want to create a rail system in the world. But the problem with that is that if I wanted to do more like real world, what I've just built here, this massive big square, would be the standard cargo. But I don't necessarily like as much the big square box look. It works. It carries a decent amount. About each of these boxes is worth, roughly one of these, which means that each of the cars would be worth about 2 large cargo containers. But this is what other people have done for modular cargo that I know of. And I don't know, I'm trying to decide how I want to do the cargo. Because on one hand, I love the look of this. and it would be fairly easy to get a connection system for these on train cars. On the other hand, if I was to also do that, the grand size of this is what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. If I was to allow it to connect with large grid ships and be able to be picked up, I would require these to be 1 block further apart, so a grand total of 13 blocks wide. And so if I was to use this train system, which is, again, I forget how long, but I think it's about, well, each of these boxes are about 35. So if I was to, say, use one of these standing vertically and go 2 wide, and this wide, so basically having them facing, the connectors are on the ground, kind of in series, that would put the holes for this to be, let's say, we'll say 3 blocks in. So that'd be 1, 2, 3. We'd provide a connector, then it'd be 1, 2, 3. Another connector. You don't need them a block further. It works on large grid like that. I guess. I don't know. I would find it looks odd to do it. Although, yeah, I do understand that it would work. And so if I did it like that and then had like a, I don't know, 5 in between. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right? That is 5 blocks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Good. And then 1, 3. That would provide. Please make the hole. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. Which we wouldn't be able to do, so let's just fill in this centerpiece. So we'd be able to fit at a 5 block interval 1, 2, that's 2, 3, 4, no, 4, 8. You messed up a gap. No, I think I got them in the right gaps that I wanted. It's just this thing's not long enough to do it. I would need to extend the length of these by, if I wanted to add in 1 more and the gap there, so I need to extend it by at least about 3 either direction, so yeah, these would need to probably end up with the hole. We're just going to quickly fill in the holes and work backward. So we'll just work backward, given this being that. So 1 block. Boom. You said 5 block intervals and some are at 3. Yeah. Well, that's because if I do it this way and do a connector on each of these ports going vertically, I would leave 5 blocks in between, so then they're spaced between each other. So that's the 3 blocks is in between the 2 connectors, whereas the other bit would be that. So it'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. Oh. And then that'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then 1, 2, 3. And then it'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Of course, this is this length. So if I wanted to do that, it would consist of needing to go probably out this length, seal up that 3, just so then I would be able to do this. So that would provide 2, 4, 6, 8. No, because I did this wrong. This would actually want to be shorter because this is the 5-block gap, which is actually currently a 4-block gap because I made a mistake. So we'd actually want to end the train about where it actually ends. Naturally. So we'll just get rid of that. So that'd be 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. So we'd be able to fit 10 of these. So that's not horrible to fit 10 of them on a line. Basically, I don't know. I don't know, because that's not a horrible option. Because I can put 10 of these, which are 3 by, right? These are 4 by 2s. There's 8 in a pod. So, if I just did the math real quick, each of these pods carry just how much cargo? 1 carries 15. 625 times 8. Okay, times 10 on a full car, which carries that. And a large grid is, I think, about how many is a large grid, just so I can divide it up, just to see how many large grid equivalents I have. 4, 2, 1, 8, 7, 5, almost 3. Okay, so doing it that way would provide almost 3 large grid containers per train if I was to do it with those vertically integrated. Because I'd probably turn these into single cargo ports. So widen it by 1, put a single cargo port in the middle, just to kind of make it look a little bit nicer, and then they'd be plopped, just bop, 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 bop along the train. So if I was to design those, I'm just going to work on the side of this, just because it'll be a little easier, potentially. I'll just kind of place it. We want these to be this direction, and we'd want them to be vertical. So we go vertical, make sure I leave a space, flip it twice, and we'll just repeat. 4 blocks tall. Not you. There. Repeat. All right. So if we were to do that, I just want to try to give this a rough design. Then the ends would probably look something along the lines of where are the conveyor converters? Conveyor converter, conveyor converter, conveyor converter, conveyor converter for with one of these being basically planted like this. And then we'll just give it a little bit of a I don't actually need to do that, because if I just add a large block directly underneath where this is that underneath it? Not really, but that should be hopefully fine. We'll just do this. And then we can add in a standard connector. That's not really a good place for that connector. Where is that more underneath? It is a bit more underneath, but not by much. So if I was to disengage these, well, it's not where I wanted it to be, but that'll work. And then if I just simply do I want to get rid of those? Nah, I'll just do this over here. 9. We'll just do this. Blocks. Go up a small amount. Control X, Control V it. I will. 1 second. Let me go over here. Control C it. That way I keep my mostly intact plates, because this is actually entirely intact. That was not connected to the rest of it. I feel kind of stupid now. So I'm just going to quickly add in a handful of batteries. I don't really want these to be properly connected. So what I'll do is I'll just quickly add in a inset connector there and here. We'll just make sure that this gets flipped using weight. This should be able to hopefully offset the weight, given the distance from the fulcrum. Please don't crash. There we go. Well, that's not exactly how I wanted it to be. Shoot. I was kind of hoping this would actually sit more in the middle, not really far over to one side. We'll just do this. Big Mac plate, you. We'll just provide a plate, 9. Oh, really? You're gonna make me go in the center? Fine, 9. There we go. That should now have landed, geared it to the ground, so I don't need to worry anymore. Let's make the... So glad that that was not some of the things that were going to cause me problems. Time of day offset. Back to the morning. And since we're now going in the center, I get to redo all the holes again. And I put this 1 block further than I needed to. Okay. So we can just kind of ignore those. We're just going to go 2 wide for now. So we'll probably go 3 in from the center, 2 in, or 3 in from the back. And make the first hole. So I forgot to do this. N, or no, it's M. Good. 3 in from the center. Click, 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 click. There we go. And then we're going to go... how many small blocks is it from one end to the other? It's 4. So if it's 4 from the center, I'd want to go 5. Probably place a block just to mark the middle between the two. Or actually, no, I'd want to go even further than that. I'd want to go 6 block, which would be kind of the block area between the two, to allow for space to do things like, you know, the decorative armor panels. So this is going to need about 7 blocks in between. So that's nice. Geez. Yeah, that's going to be a lot more than I thought it would be. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. On 7, so with 6 in between. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, yeah, that's right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So then there's a 6 block gap in between. Make a hole. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 block. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3. Yep. Okay. Boom, boom, boom. And then we do this again. I'm going to start from the other side, which is 3 blocks in from the center, because I have a feeling these are not going to line up well in the center. So, 1, 2, 3, click. 2 in from the outside, 3 in from that, or no, 3 in from the outside. My bad. That's where that's located. So then we just boom, boom. I'm a half. Hop out. All right. Enjoy the rest of your night. 1, 2, 3. I'll probably be hopping out in about half an hour anyway, but that's 3. 1, 2, 3. Block. Click. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Delete. All right. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Place. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, delete. Well, that's lovely. So I'd only be able to fit about 5 of these things in place. Fuck. How do I balance these things then? I guess since this turns out to be the center, I'll board up these blocks. All right, so if we just have one in the center and then go out from the center, we'll just deal with it this way, because I should really stop be trying to do this from anything but the dang center. Because it keeps causing me problems. Okay. And click, good. Now everything's in the right area. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1. How wide is it? 4? It's 4 to the edge, right? Yeah, it's 4 to the edge, plus a block for the probably 1 block, 1 to 1.5 blocks. So we'll probably want at least a minimum of 5 empty. So 1, 2, 1, 2, okay, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, then we give it the opening. Fill that in. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait. This is 2 from that, so 2 from that would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right? Yeah, that would be there. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Delete. So that provides 10 on the plates. Unless I want to make these longer. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. So at a minimum, I would need to add another probably 20 to the length. If I want to add another 2. So I could shorten these, but I definitely can't lengthen them if I was to use this design. Which, let me just quickly add these. We'll just add them in place. Just I would need to boom, 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 ba-dum, 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 ba-dum. All right, so we are just going to come over here and Control C and place, and then Control V and place, and Control C and place, and Control V and place, and all such fun. Okay, and then we just Control V. Alright, we'll just kind of try to get you in position. Alright. This would provide less per. Good. Good. And then we're just going to go in from this side again. This would create definitely a lot taller of a train, which will mean that I'm going to have to really work with some battery weight and other heavy item weights towards the base of these. Although this does look cool, and storing things in this sort of way would allow me to almost make like sockets where these things would be able to like slot in on large grids, since they're that if I do about a half block out in either direction, it looks like a kind of slide in socket, especially because there's only going to be a little less than a block thickness. But I'm going to try to put these in. Can I actually fit? I cannot fit like that in between these tubes, so we're just going to do that. V. Good. Control V. The fun bit will be whether or not these things can actually hold this weight that this is going to end up carrying. Because this is going to end up carrying a lot of weight. Each of these can carry, I forgot exactly how much I figured, but they will carry quite a lot of weight. And that actually looks not too bad doing it this way. Especially if I can kind of create sort of a, maybe a layer in the middle. Though that would mean that I'd have to be able to pick it up this high. Which, is that longer than a standard, piston? We'll come around over here. So we'll say we'll use the piston starting from right there. This is even a little more than it would have to extend. Do I have pistons in any of my things? I do not. Pistons are a requirement here for at least the lifting capacity, because I would need to create some form of gantry crane system for this. Where are the standard piston? We have the square piston. Where's the standard piston? There it is. Okay, we are just going to now reverse. How close to max out is that going to end up with? Okay. So I would be able to clear this if I used a system of large grid pistons basically coming up from here and lifting them up above everything, and then being able to pull them either over to the left. So I could create a system where each of these gets picked up. I'll have to figure out a good way to allow it. Maybe a, I don't know how I'd specifically get it to go only the far distance to pick up, only the distance to pick up, only the distance to pick up, only the distance to pick up, and only the distance to pick up, and then pull them across, and then go out, drop, forward, out, drop. But although I could always just do a system of this side, pick up, over this side, drop off, and just do it that way, and then maybe create a vertical ship with maybe a guideline to pick these up. But I feel like I might do this design because I can make it the wide that I like, and it's a little nicer, I think, than this. Although I do like this box design, so maybe I might do something with that later. But I do think if I do something like this, where each of these maybe has a design kind of like what's on the sides of those, just kind of covering it with like a half slabs, and then using the full slab ones. Do we have slab ones of those, actually? I just had a thought, which I need to find out before I make any plans. Do we have... We have, these. Do we have halves of the desired type? Because we have, some have pieces. Or do any of these have what I'm looking for? None of those have what I'm looking for. These have the corners. Do we have any that aren't the full corners? No. Okay. So I would have to do the full blocks to give it that sort of decorative thing, or go with plating over top of full blocks to do that. Although I could in fact do half blocks if I purely want to go 45s as my angles, and not go with any 22.5 degree angle pieces. All right. Yeah, I think I'm gonna use these as my cargo piece. Because of the bit is I can always rotate, so I could always have like a thing where these get like picked up, and then maybe, yeah, I could always have like a thing where maybe the ship that comes to pick these up would kind of show up with like a rotor system that just has like a connector, the rotor, and it just goes down, picks them up by the rotors, flips them out sideways, or yeah, like sideways, or even at a bit of an angle, and just like picks up like 10 of these and just feeds it from the bottom. Just, ooh, I kind of like that idea. So something sort of like cargo, where is it? The ship to ground cargo. This will probably be a bit big, B. But I think this looks really cool if I just... if I just... where is it? Bay 7, channels, length, 69 trigger, 70 connector, 71 platform merge. What does this say? Oh. Channel, cargo. where's the one that tells me how to use this thing? Arm trigger, connector, merge. Okay. Okay. I think these need to be removed. I think. 'Cause I watched a video where someone messed with this. I think if I remove this and remove that, I should then be able to do this. So it is arm trigger. And so if I just come around, I think this should start doing what I think it's going to do. Is it not? Oh, come on. Please give it to me. Give the information. Honestly, I think this should have been a catwalk, to be honest, but... I don't want to be impatient. Really? Bum 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 bum. Available buttons. Button 1, logic arm trigger. Logic trigger timer. So logic trigger timer platform. It did not appear to trigger. So we'll try that one more time. Oh, do I need to undo the merge blocks? I really don't know how this works. It didn't give a very good description. Okay, here, we're gonna do this because I want to show this off properly, but F10 car go. Okay. Relay is toggled on. This is off by default to block interference from other relays. Oh. Okay. From the ship, button panel below sign for simultaneous operations. Okay. That's what I forgot to do. I forgot to turn on the relay. Okay. Are all of these logic receiver? They are all on at default. Okay. I'm gonna respawn this in just to be safe. Control delete, yes. Apparently one of these disconnected. Delete. Control delete. F10. Cargo. read it properly this time, because I want to show this off. Several button panels by container pads to toggle individual bays. Central button panel for simultaneous operation. Right. Good. Relay for all arm timers. For all arm connect. Toggle on off platform merge. Group merge. Optional toggle on off platform merge block. Alright. 50. Okay. Ship cargo relays on off. Status LCD group on ship ground. This channel is set unique per ship using system to avoid mass activation. Commands for arms, connectors, merge blocks. Important. When arm has started, it can only be paused. It will continue to completion. Do not switch lock state on connectors unless the cargo container is safe distance from ground. Okay. Hopefully I can make this work, because I really want to make this work. Let's connect you to the ground. I like this. Oh, this has a massive text panel up here. Instructions. Make sure the relay is toggled on. This is off by default to block interference. Button toggle behind sign or by platform bay 1. Oh, what are these? Trigger arms. And what is this? Is this the relay? Okay, relay transmitter. Okay, it is on. Okay. Okay, so it is on. All arms, I believe, is what you do first, is all arms. Okay, this sounded like it actually worked this time. Shit. I should have undid something first. Dang it. Okay. Control delete. Run this in again. We'll just quickly do this, hopefully properly. On off. Do we do first connectors? Then do trigger arms, maybe? Nope, that didn't work. Okay. I figured the order of operations was going to be fairly easy to complete, but apparently not. Okay. So, we come to you. Ah, dang it. Why did I press that button first? That's not the right button. Control delete. It's merge, then arm. Control. It's arms, then that, then the other thing, then it's complete. That's the order of operations. So, merge first. So that should have done is, I think, unlock the merges. Then can we plus this? Nope. Still not. This really is not working. I really hate this. We'll try this one more time. I'll reread everything carefully. Okay. Instructions. Make sure the relay is toggled on. Okay. Simultaneous operations. Okay. Group. Trigger all arm timers. Extend, stop, start, retract. Group. Connector. All arms connector. Switch lock. Merge. Timer ship. Trigger now. Toggle on off. Platform. Merge block. Important. As started, it can only be paused. Okay. I'm gonna try this one more time. So, do we switch connectors, status, then trigger arms? Nope. That's not right. Is it required that I disconnect everything first? One more attempt. Because I keep buggering it. I really want to make this work. Because I like the way that this works. So if we disconnect these, does this work? Does the, I don't know, switch connector, status, toggle platform, merge block, arms? Nope, they still are clanging out. What is deciding not to give way? It's the merge blocks. The merge blocks are not disconnecting. There are a bunch of these merge blocks that are supposed to let go. They are not letting go. Okay, let's try the individual platforms. That channel and send signal. Switch connector state. Toggle platform merge. It's now disconnected, but it's doing nothing for this merge block right here. Okay, well, I'm gonna have to go find the video of somebody actually using this properly, because apparently I don't know what I'm doing. Do I need to convert that to a ship first? Let's try that. Control V. I'm gonna try disconnecting it and then converting it to a ship and see if that helps. So, disconnect you. And then, I don't know, I don't think it should help, but I don't know, maybe it will. Convert to ship. Clear, good, on, and then if I click arms, still breaking everything. Okay, let's try ship merge first. It should only work with the 3 buttons it gives me, so I'm getting a little annoyed by this now. It gives me 3 buttons, and all it tells me is that it's supposed to fucking work, but it's apparently not. So we'll disconnect. Info, convert to ship. I don't know if this is going to work correctly or not. I think it should, because there really should be no reason this doesn't work. Platform merge, trigger arms. Still doesn't work. Okay, well, fuck it. Either way, I like this idea of having something kind of like that, except for what it would do is that it would actually disconnect properly and just take it from like straight down, rotate it about 180 degrees into a landing gear lock. Now I wanted to show this actually working properly, so let me pull that up, because now I'm annoyed, and so space engineers, lock, we will do cargo. I'll just do cargo. There it is. This is the person who made it. This is how it's supposed to work. I don't know why it's not working that way for me, but this is what's supposed to be doing. I'll just show this and then we'll do that. There's, oddly enough, looks a little different. So, of course, they gotta show it off. So you... Okay, so that lock, that, remove those, remove those. Okay. It is a separate grid. These are separate grids. Okay. Okay. Arm, trigger, connector, merge. Apparently, somewhere I'm doing this wrong, but I don't know how the fuck I'm doing it wrong. Arm, trigger. So I'm not doing anything wrong. I'm just deciding not to. That's upsetting. Connectors. And platform merges. Arm trigger. Okay, well that's how it's supposed to look. So if I just hop back into my world real quick, I should just be able to do that. So I'm going to try one more time doing exactly what they're doing. So, merges first. Okay. I should be able to then just come around here. Arm trigger. That did absolutely nothing. Where's the action relay? So we'll just retoggle you. And then we'll try the, this again. Arm toggle. It's doing nothing. Now it's doing nothing. I assume not even these individual would work. No, not even the individual arms are working. So for some reason, it's only calling from here. Ship relay transmitter. Accept signal from faction. We'll move you to everyone, and we will on off. Okay, and we'll accept from everyone on this side. Should just be able to do everyone turn block on off. It's not working. Why? Does it need to have higher than 1 gravity? Is this button panel just not working? I don't know. Okay. Button 1, logic timer, trigger now. So logic trigger timer. Logic trigger timer. There's not another trigger timer, is there? Nope. So I'll see if I can't, logic, trigger timer platform, start. Ship to platform relay 1. Platform relay transmitter. Okay. It just isn't working for some reason. I just don't know why. Everything's triggered. When arm has started, it can only be paused. So what happens if I trigger the arms? Do the... No, none of those merge blocks are releasing. Absolutely none of the merge blocks are releasing. Merge. All sorts of merge stuff. So what are you supposed to do? You are supposed to ship relay transmitter, set channel, and send signal. Okay. So it's supposed to set the channels and send the signals. I don't think it's doing that. Logic cargo left open. So what do you do? Left open is the one that's supposed to do the attach cargo block on. Okay. So you're the one who's supposed to work. So if I... Logic cargo left 01 trigger. You are just supposed to... Cargo left close, cargo left open is trigger now. E-brake trigger now. Cargo hinge trigger. Okay. If I start you... Cargo left open should have actually opened, but instead it broke. Because for some reason, the merge block's not releasing, which means that the rest of this isn't going out. I don't get it. Okay. Either way, my idea would basically be to do something similar to this, but rather than like this, what it would be is that you'd have the connector with a hinge right down here. So these would probably be either pre-rotated or still in their vertical state. And it would just allow for the cargo to just be pulled up and rotated up into position. Where we'd have probably something similar to this or something where it'd just be pulled up and into ship or into part of the cargo of the ship. I might even make it a system with a piston that drops down, connects, maybe goes, ooh, I just had an idea. Ooh, I just had an idea, which would look really cool. Oh, that'd be really cool. The idea that I had would be that, that when these go into the ship, right, they go into the ship with basically a gap in between them. So basically what would happen is that you'd have basically a piston. At the bottom of that piston, you would have a block and then hinges that would connect to these. And that would basically drop down. These would then be loaded onto the arms from the top, onto the deployed kind of rack in front of it. And then each of the pistons, because it'd probably be one per two, you'd have one piston connected to two of these, and that would pull it into the ship, where then each of these would rotate flat on basically, once they're pulled up, it'd kind of rotate flat until the connectors then could connect to the ship. So you'd end up with sort of a system where, if I was to make a large grid system, let me just come over here, because I want to throw a quick mock-up of this, because I love the idea, if this could work. So what we'll do is we'll come up here, and then we'll come forward, right? And then I'm just going to click, M0, good. Okay, that's well enough forward. Then we're going to go one block further, or 2 blocks further down. We're going to go out. Or actually, no. It'd be a bit further down because of the way that this would work, but we'd basically go 3 piston, and then we'd grab these are 2 blocks, a little over 3, so we'd go 3 blocks down, go out, ooh. I think it'll work. Potentially this would work, though I might need a second piston, but that'll be fine. I can take into account that. We're just going to go out wide enough. And then basically what we'd have is we'd have sort of a... where are they? Point of view. Here. Do I have a hinge anywhere? I do not. Hinge. And then what we'd have is we'd have a hinge. We'll go with the marker up, just so then this would work the best. I'm going to rotate these 90 degrees. And then set hinge 1 and 2. Lower limit we'll say is 0. Upper limit's 90. Reverse. There is no power on this grid. Let me quickly add a battery. Come on. Oh, it has no velocity. We'll give it a 1 velocity. Okay, that is the wrong way, so we just need to reverse, lower limit, negative 90. The upper limit's that, so then this would rotate the correct orientation, and then we are going to give these piston a reverse. And then we'd go 4. And then what we'd do is we'd have each of these systems. If I just come over here and Control C it, would basically end up like this. Hopefully, it's not bug out. Good. Then I need to run to that connector, and we'll mark these as pod 1. Save. Lock. Okay. And then we're just going to Control V. Control these two. Pod 2. Save. Then we'll just do this. Pod 2. Pod 2. Okay. And lock. And so they would situate like this, and then I would go in and I'm going to trigger those and the piston. I'm going to give the hinges a 2, so we're going to grab hinge. Oh god, that's not good. Oh good, these are right. Hinges, velocity, we'll say -4. And then what I'll do is I will Hinge, and then where the heck is the piston? U and the two hinges. Reverse. Okay, that's a little too fast, so we'll move that back down to a 1, but we'll give that back down to probably 2, actually. We'll go with 2. Piston, work. Why is the piston not running? Reverse, we want you in the negative, please. There we go. So essentially you'd have a bunch of lines kind of looking almost like this. I would definitely end up needing the other one. But you'd kind of end up with like a cargo container like this. Probably a small sliding piece where these would be still slightly angled upward. But yeah, they'd be like placed, and then they'd end up on like rows like that underneath the ship. And then when they want to return them, it's just a matter of piston, reverse, hinges, reverse, and then it just kind of come back down. It would definitely need to be 2 pistons going down, but you'd have like 2 pistons that go down. This is a little glitchy, so I'll need to share inertial tensors. Oh god. Please don't break immediately when I do this. Okay. That secured everything again. Good. But yeah, we'd have like this sort of system just drop down, collect the resource, like collect the pods after they'd be taken by the top. So it'd be like an arm that reaches out, takes it from the top, maybe pulls it back a little bit, and then maybe lowers it back down to the ground. And you'd end up just with like a really cool system where these just kind of get pulled up, moved across, loaded, and then they get like loaded into a flat, which could even be set up to potentially load 3 in rows. Although this would also possibly be one design for loading the cargo. Another design might have it picked up from the top. I just liked this design because that means that it would go up and then flatten out. And so if you got the numbers quite right, you could get it. So then the opening only has to be a grand total of, like right now this is a 3-block wide opening. I could probably get this to just if I just come on this way and well, actually I'd need to add the other pistons first, but yeah, if I had the other pistons, I could probably get this to a system where it just drops to below a level, pulls up, flattens. So what happens if I slow down the hinges to a 1.5? So 1.5. Oh, 1.5. That does not work. 1.5. Good. And then we'll do piston, reverse, hinges, reverse. Would it work if I was to... Oh. Nope. The piston would need to be a little bit better, but that would be a feasible option, would be to have these stored like this. I could even technically pull these upward and give them sort of a upward angle. How much of an upward angle would I need for that, though? We'll just give these a angle up. Hinges. Lower limit will go negative. We'll say 10. So maybe a negative 18, maybe? We'll try a negative 18. Negative 18? Oh, I think I hit it. Nope, perfect. That'd be about exactly what I'd want. Because then what I could do is I could, in theory, do that, and then would a connector be close enough to connect? An inset connector, would that be close enough to connect, or no? No. These are not close enough to connect. Would right here be close enough to connect? I don't think so. No. So I'd have to rotate it probably until touching in order for this to work, because I don't think I can get a connector any closer. I could, in theory, I could, in theory, delete this, go up a block. And then do these at a little bit of a steeper. We'll maybe go 25. But I do need to hop off soon, though, so I'll have to continue my testing at another date. Yeah, if I set these to 25, that then puts you not quite there, so we'll try maybe, I don't know, we'll do this one more time, just inside one more, do that, and we'll go 35, I guess. Or not 35, 30, we'll try, we'll do 33. 1/3 the rotation, or so about. That actually is touching, in theory, if I then extend the piston by a tad bit, so let's say minimum distance is, we'll say 0.3, reverse, good, and then if I was to, let's say, add in a connector, these would then be able to be connected. In which case I could then set a reverse for both of these, in which that reverses, pulls down, and I could, in theory, have like the end of the ship there, because I could also have a landing pad or a yeah, one of the gear right here holding these into place, gear. So if I wanted to, I could, in theory, then do that. Therefore, basically allowing for the bottom of the ship to more or less be this tile. So I'm just going to how would I want to connect this? I want this to tile. I need to allow myself this thing to tile, which is a lot more annoying because that means I have to connect it to the ground. disconnect it from everything else to then tile it a bit, because I'd have to come up here, disconnect, Control C this for good, that's merged back together. V, do you, V, probably disconnect you, Control C, and then Control D, all of this. And just Control delete everything down there that collapsed from this decision. All right. And now if I was to Control V, I think this would work, wouldn't it? No, I would need to do 4. I would need to provide that for this to be allowed. So 3 between, potentially. And I can just do this. 1 block, V, 3 between, 4, V, and then if I just grabbed a timer block, V, or 4V, this is what, the 5th? And then just grab a timer. I believe I do have a timer block somewhere. Is this timer? Those are refill stations. Those are not timers. Timer block. And we'll just have the timer block do one thing and one thing only. Setup actions. Let me just group the pistons together. They all are set up. I need to make sure that all of these are minimum distance 3. Oh wait, everything's a different thing of each other, so that'll work just fine. I just need to group these. Piston, save, and then do the same thing with all the hinges. Call it hinge, save. I'll grab a second one, and then we'll be able to do this, where we basically just do this. Piston, or timer block 1, setup actions, groups, piston, reverse. Then we just home, timer 2, start. Where we then go to timer 2, setup actions, groups, hinges, reverse. And we'll just set up timer 2 on a 3-second delay. So if I start you, all of these should, in theory, start going down and then fold in. 1, 2, 3. Oh, the pistons need to go faster. Okay. Alright, so I just need to increase the pistons to about a increased piston speed. Or actually, no, we'll not make you a 3. We'll make you a 1 second difference. And we'll... I need to... Ooh. You know what? We'll just have these happen pretty much simultaneously. I think that'll be the only way for this to work out in any sort of version of the best. And I need to... oh, that's not good. We will just make sure that you are at a 2 rather than at a 0.5. So we'll just give you a -2 at 2.00. Okay, and now if we do a thing like this, piston, we also need to remember to slightly increase the piston's speed as well, so that rather than at 0.5, we maybe go at 7. This very well may not work very well. I am going to try it though. Start. This very well may not work. It may go in just too fast. Yeah, it just went in way too fast. I am going to reverse, and we are going to... Okay, so we're going to reverse. And then I'm going to add in 2 more timer blocks. Basically, on the way up, what I want to have happen is I want hinges to start, then pistons, whereas on the way down, I want pistons to start, then hinges. So we'll just throw in 2 more timer blocks. I will alter the names a bit. Timer block 1, down. Then we'll name this one, timer block up. And we'll just leave the other 2 proper. So this one, set of actions, groups, hinge, reverse, no, reverse, timer 4, no, that's up, 4, start, 4, set of actions, groups, pistons, reverse, and we'll give it a 2-second delay. So if we do up, start, okay, so it goes wide, then starts coming up. I could probably get the pistons to go just a little sooner. So we'll make the delay on 4 a little shorter. But then they all should markedly be able to connect to any of the rest of the grid. And I actually kind of like this look. I could probably get these to squeeze in a little bit closer, but not by much. Maybe by a block at best, so it's 2 in between, so that'll be a thing, but honestly, I don't find this too bad, because then what I can do is down, start, and then, yeah, I think it'll be able to handle down a bit better. Maybe add a little bit more of a delay on the hinges. Yeah, I'll need to add more of a delay on the hinges down. So 2, add a little bit more delay. But yeah, it basically all end up like this at the very end. So you'd end up with kind of like this. I might even maybe add in one, extend these by, well, I couldn't really extend them by one, really, could I? So I'd have to do a dual, I could do a dual small, just dual small right like in between here. That way a small hand could pick up these, turn them sideways, or pick up these, just pull them off of this. It'd work. I really need to get a button for this. Up, start. I like the way that this works though. And when I probably give it, it's a second piston, just so then these are a lot further out. Oh yeah, that's much nicer. And then they just are allowed to reconnect. And then landing plates would engage, rotor locks would engage, and all of these would be basically held into place. And I could, in theory, run at the bottom of this, since there is a gap in between these. I could, in theory, set up like a door system, maybe adding one more gap in between, and having just a set of doors this wide just open up and just drop these through them. It'd be cool. All right, is up working better now? Oh, fuck. Up. Shit. I meant down. The benefit is it will work because it's slow, but the negative is that's really rough. I don't want it to be that rough. So up, start. We'll stop and we'll trigger now. There we go. We'll do one more down. If this one works in a pretty smooth manner, that'll be great. Because, yeah, what I could in theory do is I could in theory set this up inside of a ship. So these are even covered, and they're just kind of stored underneath the ship, which I think would be cool as heck. Down, start. So that should all just work pretty well, pretty smoothly. More delay on the hinges. 4. No, wait, no. Down is this. More delay. We'll bring you over to a 3-second delay. Up will be triggered now. That way it can get upward. Yeah. In theory, if I do it correctly, I could probably slow these down and get them to the right level where they just get inside the ship before widening and just get down before doing that. Trigger. We'll move the delay to like 3 seconds. Start. 2 seconds. Boom. The hinges are just too fast for that delay. Needs to be delayed even to like 4 seconds. Long side of 4 seconds. Well, that's fun. Up. Start. Yeah, if I made the pistons... I wonder, would this work better if I sped up the pistons to like 1, maybe? let's try it. If I come over here, pistons, move these to a velocity of, we'll say 9, so a little bit faster. And then let's say, triggered, we want to go trigger down. We'll take 2 and we'll reduce you back down to about 3. And if I start down, they're still too quick. They're better, but they're still too quick. That speed. Okay. So I would need to still make sure that you are at about 4 seconds. Up, however, start now. Should work even better. Of course, I could probably make these work even better by providing more reasonable accommodation to this, but yeah, I think that'll do good. So that works there. Let's try down one more time. Down, start. I just want to make sure that this works well, that these clear well. A mere second. But if I just make this, it will clear it perfectly fine. If I just clear this like this, and then we got rid of, fuck. Well, that's annoying. Alright. Either way, exit the menu, save. Alright. I'd like to thank you all for coming out and watching. I've been Captain Tundraxis, signing off.